Are you still thinking law school?
Yeah, I
I call to order the March meeting of the University of Minnesota. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to those joining us in the boardroom and via live stream today. I'll also note we have several regents, or two regents, attending by Zoom, and that is Regent Turner and Regent Davenport and Regent, oh geez, and Regent Verhalen. Oh, it's too early. All right, welcome everyone. We will now consider a resolution to close the meeting to discuss matters of attorney-client privilege with counsel. Executive Director Steves, will you please read the resolution?
Regents of the University of Minnesota resolution to conduct non-public meeting of the Board of Regents to discuss attorney-client privilege matters. Whereas, based on advice of the General Counsel, the Board of Regents have balanced the purposes served by the open meeting law and by the attorney-client privilege, and determined that there is a need for absolute confidentiality to discuss litigation strategy in particular matters involving the University of Minnesota. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in accordance with Minnesota Statutes 13D.01 subdivision 3 and 13D.05 subdivision 3B, a non-public meeting of the Board of Regents be held on Friday, March 14th, 2025 in the boardroom, 600 McNamara Alumni Center, for the purpose of discussing attorney-client privilege matters, including the following. 1, Department of Education and Department of Justice investigations. 2, AAU versus Department of Health and Human Services. 3, NADOHE v. Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The motion is approved. We will now take a brief recess in order to ask those who are not going to be able to be part of this closed session to leave the room. Oh, shoot. Can Good morning, everyone. Call to order again the March meeting of the University of Minnesota Board of Regents. At this time, the second item on our agenda is approval of the minutes and the consent report. I'll note that this new combined agenda item is occurring for the first time as the board acted in February of 2025 to adopt a revised order of business for all regular meetings of the board. The draft minutes are included in your docket. The consent report includes gifts, the report of the All Universities Honor Committee, the Finance and Operations Committee consent report, and the Mission Fulfillment Committee consent report. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question, make a comment, or separate out an item to be voted on separately before I invite a motion to approve the minutes and the consent report? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes and the consent report?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. It has been seconded, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The motion is approved. Next, we will hear the report of the president. President Cunningham.
Thank you, Chair Mayron and members of the board. It has been a busy past few weeks here at the University of Minnesota. I have a number of system-wide updates that I would like to share with you today. I would like to begin my president's report by focusing on the rapidly changing landscape in Washington, D.C. My leadership and I continue to navigate the uncertainty surrounding the recent federal communications and executive orders, and understand and empathize with all of our community for how living with this uncertainty and ambiguity is been difficult and is affecting their lives and their work. First, let me reassure you that our values and our mission remain unchanged. The University of Minnesota has thrived for more than 170 years, and we will not waver in our commitment for our mission, including training the next generation of leaders, research, education, and outreach. We will strive to continue generating the knowledge and innovations our society so desperately needs. In accordance with our mission, we will serve our state, the nation, and the world to the best of our ability. It is important, though, for us to acknowledge that severe cuts to federal funding would have drastic implications that will extend far beyond our campuses. The University of Minnesota is the 5th largest employer in our state. We play an absolutely critical role in driving economic development across all 87 counties. Cuts to federal funding not only would affect the direct lives of many of our faculty, staff, and students, and our mission and their ability to be educated and generate knowledge, they would also affect the overall economic health of the local communities of all shapes and sizes across Minnesota. While we are working diligently to measure the short and long-term impacts of this new federal landscape, chancellors, deans, and central unit leaders are developing contingency plans for how the university may respond should the federal government follow through on its proposed cuts and mandates. I will remind people that we have over 11,000 people partly or fully funded by federal funds. That is more than 3,500 FTEs. Such cuts would impact every part of our colleges, from the humanities to the STEM, regardless of whether those units or faculty receive federal funding, because they would massively affect our ability to deliver on our mission. As we are developing those contingency plans, those include careful evaluation of our multi-year financial commitments. At the same time, we are working hard to not overreact to what remains a fluid situation. We're doing everything in our power to minimize disruption or distractions for our students, our faculty, and our staff so that they can keep doing the great work that they're doing every day. We're also engaging members of our university community in this process, knowing that we're much more effective when we work together. The university is also partnering with higher education associations to address the legality of federal directives that impact our mission. We are working diligently to address the stop work orders that we have indeed received on multiple federal grants. To date, our university has received somewhere 15 to 20 terminations or full stop work orders from federal agencies. An additional 26 awards of federal funded grants and work have been impacted by partial stop work orders. The university continues to look for opportunities to appeal these actions, while we also assess ways that we can support the faculty and staff who we know are directly impacted by the fact that their funding to do their daily work has been held. To reiterate, the impact of these federal funding cuts would be significant. As president, I'm committed to ensuring our primary missions, again, of teaching, research, and outreach thrive, and I'll continue to advocate on our behalf of this amazing institution. As the university explores every avenue to aggressively and address the challenges posed by the recent federal funding communications and executive orders, including the uncertainty that imposes on everyone. I'd now like to share some other important leadership updates with you. First, I'm pleased to announce that following a nationwide search, the university has selected Ryan Schmiesing to serve as the Vice President for Strategic Initiatives. I'm appreciative for all of you for support and approval of this hire. As Vice President for Strategic Initiatives, Ryan will play a primary role in advancing multiple cross-cutting initiatives that elevate our university's shared mission and goals. This includes supporting the Maroon, Gold, and Bold system-wide strategic plan in partnership with the steering committee and the broader university community. I'm also excited to share that John Morris has been selected to serve as the CEO and president of the University Foundation. John will join the University of Minnesota Foundation on May 1st. As CEO and president, John will be responsible for leading the university's development enterprise, as well as ensuring oversight of the foundation's 2 subsidiaries in real estate and investment management. His work will leverage the Foundation's 45-member Board of Trustees and system-wide development community to ensure alignment with our Maroon, Gold, and Bold strategic plan. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to Kathy Schmidlkoffer for her tremendous leadership she's provided the University of Minnesota Foundation over the past 11 years. In addition, Christine Keel has recently stepped into the role of Interim Director of Community Government and Community Relations. Christine, who served as our Director of State Relations for many years, has a wealth of experience and expertise in this space. Her leadership has ensured continuity of our advocacy efforts, which have been quite robust in recent weeks, both federally and at the state level. Senior leaders from across the university have been very active at the Capitol, advocating on behalf of our students, faculty, and staff, as have I, and highlighting the many ways in which our university is positively impacting our state, nation, and world. I have testified multiple times in St. Paul in recent weeks on behalf of our community to ensure a successful future. Under Christine's leadership, I'm confident that our government and community relations team will continue to thrive. I would also like to thank Melissa Lopez-Franson for her leadership and her dedication to the university. Melissa left the university last month to pursue other leadership opportunities that you may see in the news, and we wish her the very best. Lastly, we are in the process of conducting a national search for our next executive vice president and provost. Provost Croson will step down at the end of the academic year. Recruitment for this position is actively underway, with the search committee interviewing candidates later this spring. I'd like to wrap up my president's report by acknowledging the questions and concerns raised by members of the community as it has come to me at the Senate meeting around institutional statements and academic freedom. I want to extend my appreciation to the Task Force on Institutional Speech. The members of this task force put in countless hours of work outside of their normal duties to address the issue of unit statements or position statements on matters of public concern. Regardless of the outcome from today's board discussion, please know that I am committed to upholding individual academic freedom. We know that universities across the country are facing numerous challenges related to academic freedom, and I would like to reiterate the core values that I have continued to express since I arrived here on campus last year. The purpose of academic freedom is to ensure our faculty and students can pursue the widest range of ideas and questions in their research and scholarship, teacher learning, and campus dialogue. It is essential to our core mission as a university to produce new knowledge and service to our state, nation, and world. Academic freedom is the bedrock principle safeguarding open inquiry and the pursuit of knowledge. Here at the University of Minnesota, critical inquiry and the pursuit of bold ideas have produced countless new discoveries, innovations that have improved lives. I will continue to advocate for and protect the academic freedom of our individual faculty, staff, and students. Personally, I'm a public health researcher who previously directed multiple centers that were designed to share evidence-based knowledge on critical societal challenges. And I fully appreciate the questions and concerns emanating from our university community. Thank you for your time and attention. This concludes my president's report.
Thank you very much, President Cunningham. Turning to my report, several regents attended the university's Day at the Capitol events on February 18 and shared in the excitement that was in the air as the university community rallied together at the Capitol Rotunda. As it relates to the board's requested legislative policy adjustments that we reviewed and acted on at our December meeting, Senator Jim Abler and Representative Cedric Fraser will serve as chief authors of those proposed changes. They have submitted the bills to the revisor's office for jackets and should be ready for introduction soon. When the bills are introduced, the board office will update all regents so that everyone can track progress. I'd also like to express sincere gratitude on behalf of the board to all of those involved in yesterday's Engagement and Active Learning Day. This academic year, our engagement focus is to get regents out into the field where research, teaching, and outreach is happening. Yesterday was a perfect example. The board started at the Cedar Creek Ecosystem Science Reserve, which is a renowned biological research site in East Bethel, Minnesota, and has been an important part of the university's College of Biological Sciences ecology program since the 1940s. When we were there, we actually stepped into a meeting of, I think, of like 6 to 8 different professors and experts from all around the world who are studying and working on the data that this center has provided for decades and decades in the furtherance of inquiry regarding ecology. We then visited the Robert J. Jones Urban Research Outreach Engagement Center in North Minneapolis to learn more about the vital public partnerships between urban communities and the university. We concluded the day with a visit to the Elmer L. Anderson Library on the West Bank portion of the Twin Cities campus, where the caverns preserve unique archival materials such as irreplaceable books and historical records, as well as the world's foremost Sherlock Holmes collection. If you've not been there, I think they do public tours. It is incredible. The caverns are more than 2 football fields in length. And I believe they're 2 stories high, but these are very large stories. I think it's approximately 30 feet in height. It's just incredible to be down there with all of those materials. I just want to share a little personal anecdote of what came out of that particular visit to the caverns related to the Guthrie Theater. The collection down in the caverns contains play production material for every production that the Guthrie has staged, including drawings and fabric swatches. Our Archives and Special Collections Director, Chris Kiesling, pulled out for us a box of drawings and fabric called a costume Bible from the Guthrie's first production of Othello in 1988. And Regent Tad Johnson then asked if that was the first production, or noting that it was the first production, was that the one that Julianne Moore played Ophelia? And we all mocked him, and sure enough, she looked at the information within the Bible, costume Bible, and indeed, Regent Johnson was correct. That is where Julianne Moore played Ophelia.
It was Hamlet.
Oh, it's Hamlet?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, wrong play. All right. In any event, he still had it basically right, and we did not. So we were all just so impressed by all of the work that our faculty, staff, and students do on a daily basis across the state and the meaningful impacts it has locally, regionally, and globally. Before I conclude my report, I want to acknowledge that for myself and Regents Mary Davenport, Make Kenyanya, and Bo Tarabi, this may be our last meeting as regents. The timing of the next regent election has not yet been determined, and we don't know if the legislature will adopt our proposal to set a date certain by which existing regents, current regents will cycle off the board and new regents will come on the board. But it is possible we may not be here for the next meeting, which takes place in May. And so I just want to express my thanks to everyone here around the table for your work and dedication to advance the university. I personally am very thankful that we have had the opportunity to serve with each of you. And that concludes my comments. So at this time, we will continue on with our agenda. Item number 5 is the receive and file reports, which includes the virtual forum comments linked in the docket materials and Central Reserve's contingency allocations. At this time, thank you. We will, the next action item is the action on the revised resolution responding to the President's Task Force on Institutional Speech. As outlined when the resolution was presented for review at our February meeting, this resolution recognizes that current Board of Regents policy and related administrative policies do not clearly address the contours of institutional speech. And it creates guiding principles that, if approved today, would be implemented by the President. I appreciate the engagement from all of you here around the table during our discussion at the February meeting. And you will also recall that during that discussion, we asked for additional feedback from members of our university community. Since that February meeting, we have received feedback from not only you around the table here, but from members of the university community, including written feedback via email and through the board's virtual forum. Regents participated in meetings and conversations to answer questions and take suggestions, including at our West Bank listening session. Board leadership met with faculty governance leaders and the chair and a member of the task force on institutional speech to hear their thoughts and suggestions in relation to the draft resolution that we took up at the February meeting. We have received formal communications from the University Senate after their special meeting on February 27th. In response to all of that input, we, board leadership, made initial edits to the resolution, which were reflected in the original version that is in the docket. It is in today's docket. Since that docket was published last week, we continue to receive input from you and from members of the university community. And based on that feedback, myself and Vice Chairs Hipsch and Kenyanya made further changes to the resolution. The version marked revised in your docket materials today is the version we will take up today, and the marked up language shows the additions from the original version that was included in the docket last week. At this time, I'm going to outline all of the changes we have made since that February meeting that are included in the revised resolution, and I believe actually a hard copy was delivered to each of us here at the table. But I don't have mine. Oh, here, I've got it. No, thank you. Thank you very much. First, additional whereas statements were added to acknowledge the work of the University Senate on the topic, to note its formal endorsement of the draft policy included in the task force report, and to include a statement from the task force report that highlights the potential risks of issuing statements on matters of public concern or public interest. In alignment with the task force report, an additional whereas clause was added to note that the use of a disclaimer is often ineffective in making clear that a statement distributed through official university channels is not being made on behalf of the university. To underscore our commitment to academic freedom, language was added to make clear that the university affirms and will continue to defend the rights of individuals to research, publish, teach, speak, or write on matters of public concern and public interest, and to otherwise disseminate their research and scholarship. Additionally, language is added affirming the practice of academic units to disseminate through official university channels the research and scholarship undertaken by and attributed to the individual members of the unit. And finally, language is added to require the president to report back to the board at its October 2025 meeting how these guiding principles have been implemented, the impact they have had on the university community, and to provide examples of institutional statements on matters of public interest or concern that she approved or rejected for dissemination on official university channels. Further, the revised language requires the president to invite members of the various units of the university to comment on the impact of these guiding principles and to attach those comments to the report and to provide any recommendations for refining these guiding principles. Before we turn to discussion, is there a motion to approve the revised resolution included in the docket?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Before I open this up for discussion around the table here, as one of the authors of the resolution, I want to share with all of you my reasons for bringing it forward for action today. We are in extraordinary times where the very fabric of our lives is being challenged and threatened. The myriad of societal and political issues confronting us, the state, the nation, and the world, and the ability to instantly communicate with the world at large on these issues is stunning. We all know that sharing our opinions on these critical matters can have an impact. After all, that is why we communicate our opinions. And we all know that the impact can have enormous consequences to the university. The fundamental and underlying question presented by this resolution is this: what is or what should the role of the university be in addressing and resolving these critical issues? Is it our role to provide a forum for and to foster discourse and debate on how to resolve these critical issues? Or is our role to decide the debate itself? My view is that the university is not and should not be in the business of taking positions on these critical and controversial matters of public concern. Individuals can do that. The university, its leaders, and units should not be doing this. And therefore, the resolution before all of you today seeks to provide guiding principles that will help to clarify who can speak on behalf of the university via its official channels of communications on these critical matters of public concern, which the task force defined in the appendix of their proposed administrative policy and in their suggested Board of Regents policy to the task force as follows. And I think this is really important for all of us to understand how the task force define matters of public concern. Matters of public concern are those events and issues that are of interest to a significant portion of the public for some significant measure of time. Broadly speaking, they represent the types of events and issues often reported in the news media. These matters can include a wide range of local, national, and global events and issues, from political elections, court decisions, and new legislation to armed conflicts, police action, and natural disasters. Hence, the event or issue may be regarded as a topic of considerable controversy in the public sphere and by members of the University of Minnesota community and stakeholders outside the university. For the purposes of this policy, official public statements that take a position on such matters, including statements expressing solidarity with others, holding or seeking to advance a particular position on a matter of public concern, constitute position statements on a matter of public concern. Based on this definition, the task force concluded that position statements on matters of public concern should not be issued by the university leaders, including the president, chancellors, deans, leaders of academic units, and other senior leaders, and including the Board of Regents. Specifically, the task force recommended these university leaders should refrain from issuing statements expressing official positions on matters of public concern unless they have actual or potential direct impacts on the mission and operations of the university.
So you can talk about Ukraine, but not
Why did the task force do this? Here's the reasoning that the task force provided for prohibiting university leaders from taking positions, official positions on matters of public concern. Because they risk undermining the university's mission, violating academic freedom, and degrading the climate and community of free, robust, diverse, and respectful engagement that the university so deeply values.
We're violating the First Amendment.
Some of the risks and unintended negative consequences of position statements include, and this is the task force words, inhibiting the open dialogue and debate, particularly within the classroom, that are essential to fulfilling the university's mission, impeding the independent formation of opinions following critical evaluation of evidence, chilling expression by those who might disagree with the officially endorsed position, and creating downstream pressures throughout the university to not deviate from officially endorsed positions. Indeed, the task force recognized that even well-intentioned position statements by university leaders risk adversely affecting the university's relationship with critical stakeholders inside and outside the university. And I would ask, I appreciate that in the audience, I don't know if people can see this, we have numerous people with signs expressing their views. This is my opportunity to express my views. I would appreciate if you would allow me to do so.
You have to ask for our
Indeed,
so stop lying.
Indeed, the task force recognized that even well-intentioned position statements by university leaders risk adversely affecting the university's relationship with critical stakeholders inside and outside the university and potentially alienating stakeholders from the university. But as to units, the task force reached a different conclusion. Because the mission and disciplinary scope of some academic units could at times intersect with matters of public concern, the task force determined that their members should be permitted to issue official statements expressing their group position on these matters of public concern. And that, for me, is the crux of the matter. So, according to the task force, the Board of Regents, the presidents, chancellors, deans, leaders of academic units, and other senior leaders cannot state the positions of the university on matters addressing critical societal and political issues because the risks are too great, but that academic units can issue official group position statements because they have relevant disciplinary expertise. The fundamental flaw in this position is that it ignores the reality that official positions taken on these controversial issues by the units are perceived to be positions taken by the university, and those positions can have significant consequences to the university, both internally and externally. The very same consequences that the task force sought to avoid by prohibiting the board, the president, academic and senior leaders from communicating via their positions on these matters. We cannot ignore the reality that the public, whether it is the federal government, our state legislature, or donors, is holding the university accountable for the statements and positions by units within the university. And then taking actions against the university that jeopardize its mission and operations. Our fiduciary duty as regents is to protect the university and to chart a course that ensures it remains alive and well to pursue its mission of education, research, and outreach. I believe that this resolution before you does that. It stands It stands for the proposition that the university is a place where academic freedom is a core value of the university. I'm going to ask that the audience refrain from speaking to us in this fashion. If you cannot do so, then we will take a short recess. We will defend the rights of individuals to research, publish, teach, speak, and write on matters of public concern.
You're gonna let ICE arrest your students. Shame. Shame. I got nothing to say.
This resolution stands for the proposition that the university is a place where academic freedom is a core value of the university. Even when the scholarship of our experts enters contested spaces or addresses controversial topics. But the resolution also seeks to clarify that institutional speech, statements on behalf of the university, its departments and units, which are shared on official university communications or channels or uses our university marks, must focus exclusively on the mission and operations of the university. This resolution is a reasonable and responsible guardrail that does not infringe on any individual's academic freedom or their freedom of speech. And with that, that concludes my remarks in support of the resolution that I am one of the authors. Now at this time, supporting genocide, and you are unaliving millions of Palestinian children in Palestine who are indigenous to the Palestinian land. And on top of that, Cunningham, I just recently read a post about what inspired you to become an emergency physician doctor, and it's because you said that you were affected by gun violence and you wanted to protect kids in the U.S. from dying from gun violence, yet you are sending billions, if not a lot of money, to gun manufacturers in Israel who are constantly killing Palestinian children. Is that are Palestinian children not equal? I'm going to call for order at this time. I'm going to call for order from the audience at this time. I'm going to call for. We will take a short recess, and I would ask my fellow regents to join me in that recess until we can continue our discussion here at the table.
the task force and our faculty and their views, as well as the will of however the board decides today. If the board so moves forward with this, I will work closely with Provost Croson to implement the board's distinction between institutional speech and individual speech, to remain guided by the core mission of academic freedom as I expressed earlier today.
All right, then at this time, I would like to open the topic for discussion. We have a motion. The motion has been approved. Any discussion?
Seconded.
Yes, Regent Hipsch.
Thanks, Chair Maron. The chairs and vice chairs recently wrote an op-ed in favor of this resolution, and I would like to submit that for the record. I'm not going to repeat everything that has been written. The University of Minnesota's primary mission is to serve Minnesota. Our 5.5 million citizens are enriched by the University of Minnesota. We have a fiduciary and fiscal responsibility to maximize our impact through the dollars we are allocated. Many universities, including Harvard, Northwestern, Stanford, University of North Carolina, University of Michigan, Wisconsin, University of Pennsylvania, Texas, are among the universities that have recently voted to limit statements on public matters. These changes are part of a trend toward international neutrality, which aims to avoid political controversy. Academic and freedom and free speech did not end for these universities, nor will it end for us. I'm in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Hipsch. Regent Cully.
Thank you all so much for being here, and thank you, Chair, for letting me speak. So I've been thinking about this a lot over the past few months and have had countless conversations with people on campus. I've read a lot of opinions and have been watching the news and other universities, and of course paying attention to the litigation here at the University of Minnesota. I have not personally been able to respond to every email that we've gotten. It's been hundreds, but I have read everything that we've gotten, and I just want to say, what?
What was the consensus of those emails?
Largely, they were anti this resolution. Yeah. So I want to recognize my colleagues and say that even if we pass this resolution today, it's not a policy directive. I have heard from people who have said that their departments have asked them to preemptively start sending things to the university. I'm horrified to hear that personally, because we only took this up a month ago and we didn't pass a resolution, and we haven't passed a resolution. So we have not voted on this, and so the fact that I have heard stories of people being asked to go ahead and comply with the resolution that we haven't even passed yet seems deeply problematic to me. But I realize that what we do and what we say here really matters, and that people start making decisions about how they're going to operate in the university based on things that are happening here, whether we have just talked about them or actually passed resolutions or actually created policy around them. So I just want to acknowledge that. The First Amendment protects not only free speech, but the right to association. There is probably nowhere in the world that is more important than in universities, where it is not only the right, but the obligation of students, faculty, staff to speak on the things that they know, that they are experts on, that they're doing research on, that they are teaching about. And I have so many examples from people who have so kindly worked really hard to come up with the ways that they feel that this resolution could be used to restrict their speech. And I don't want to spend the next 20 minutes reading off examples, so I'm gonna just fast forward, but I do wanna say thank you to everyone who has helped me to more deeply understand what this resolution could mean for the university. It is our work, so we are stewards of this First Amendment, of the right to free speech, of the right to free association, and it's our work to ensure that our experts can speak about what they know, that the Human Rights Center can talk about matters of human rights, that the Center for Infectious Disease and Infectious Disease Research and Policy can speak about disease prevention, which didn't seem controversial until the last couple of weeks. That the Institute on the Environment can speak on the environment and can talk about issues like climate change. Going after universities is right out of the playbook of authoritarian regimes. And I don't know how many people know this, but I graduated from a university that literally was forced out of the country by someone who our current president actually has publicly supported. So I know this playbook, unfortunately, really well. This is what is happening here in the US. Today, the Harvard Crimson published an opinion piece by Professor Frank Zhao entitled "First They Came for Columbia." And I don't know how many of you have seen this, but yesterday, I think it was yesterday, Columbia received a letter from the Department of Education. So they have rolled back some of their initiatives, and then they received a letter from the Department of Education asking them to take extreme measures that come straight out of the playbook that we're seeing played out right now. Capitulating does not make this is not going to make this easier on us. We are facing really, really, really difficult times, and we are going to be affected by this. But giving in faster is not going to help us, and making ourselves smaller is not going to help us either. I think it's important for my colleagues to consider that by giving our president the authority to sign off on public statements, we're making the entire university liable for any position taken by any group at the university. So while I believe that I have a lot of faith in our president and in my board colleagues to not want to limit free speech, but it's a lot easier for our federal government to come after a single person who has full control over what people are saying than it is to come after an entire university. So with that, I want to say that I don't support this resolution. I sincerely appreciate everything everyone has done to reach out over the past couple months to talk about this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Regent. This time I'm going to call on Regent Turner, who is appearing before us via Zoom, to share any comments or remarks that you have.
Thank you, Chair Maron. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'll make this short and sweet. Since I was 17 years old, I have fought for the nursing profession to have a voice at the healthcare industry table. And so this has been a way of life for me to advocate for having a voice. As I see it now, our collective voice and our democracy is at stake. And I cannot go against what the beliefs that I have held my whole life and worked for my whole life. All of our freedoms, all of our voices, in whatever means that is, whether it be freedom of speech, academic freedom, freedom to assembly, freedom to protest, are at risk right now, and we need to resist this. So I vote not in favor of this resolution.
And Turner, after you made the comment that we must resist this, we had communications from the audience and we couldn't hear what you said next. So if you
said, I just finished up by saying I do not support this resolution. Thank you.
Regent Davenport, who is also on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Mayron, and thank you to the many who constructively engaged with the topic. Indeed, there was a range of feedback. I do support this resolution. The key elements within the resolution that undergird my support are, first and foremost, the university will continue to affirm and defend the rights of individuals to research, publish, teach, speak, or write on matters of public concern or public interest, and to otherwise disseminate their research, scholarship, and creative expression. Second, the resolution is addressing institutional statements, and that the president is the primary spokesperson for the university, and that the president and statements determined by the president, thus providing a consistent implementation of a process for determination. A question that I had around the efficiency and timeliness or timelines for determination, that has been satisfied for me by the addition of the last "be it further resolved" paragraph and the assurances just made by President Cunningham. And finally, circling back, nothing in these guiding principles is intended to curtail the free expression of individuals within the university community.
Freedom of association.
Again, I will support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Davenport. Regent Tarabi.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. I also want to thank everybody, both our stakeholders as well as our faculty and the administration and board members who took a lot of time to do this. I know how much you have poured over, and I have really spent a lot of my own time thinking about this as well. So I still have deep concerns about this resolution, particularly how it concentrates decision-making power over institutional speech solely in the hands of the president. While clarity about university communications is important, this resolution goes far beyond without defining key terms or ensuring accountability to shared governance. And this is a time when we need shared governance more than ever. I'm not an expert, but I do feel this resolution opens the door to preferential decision-making, whether it was intentional or not. At our last meeting, we talked a bit about why the vagueness, and there was some sharing that the language was vague so the president could determine the process, but without clear guidelines, how do we ensure fairness and consistency across academic and non-academic units? What recourse do faculty, staff, or departments have if their expertise is disregarded while others are prioritized? I know that regents here, my colleagues, believe in the strength of this university and how important this institution is for all of our stakeholders and for this state in the world. And we believe that this strength and the importance does not rest on any one office, but on the collective wisdom of faculty, staff, and students. And that's why I find it hard to support this resolution. It's hard to, on the one hand, claim that we uphold academic freedom while centralizing control over institutional speech. I agree that we took an important first step by establishing the task force, but I do not think that we engaged them intentionally when we had a different opinion. And so, and when I read their recommendations, they too agree on some parameters that needed clarification around institutional speech. So I think that we could have taken a different course to work closely with the task force. And for these reasons, I cannot support this resolution.
Anybody else wish to comment here? Yes, Regent Wheeler.
Yeah, I too appreciate the deep engagement and the perspectives shared by many. We've all become students of this resolution, what its impact would be and what it meant to the freedoms we uphold as sacrosanct. I will say that there were two that were risen consistently to me, and which I thought were addressed in some of the amendments to the resolution. The two that were raised consistently, and I'll quote one of the emails I got, They worried that this would prohibit the free sharing and application of the knowledge we generate through research and teaching. That would be just the antithesis of what we stand for as a university, and therefore we put an amendment on that says that just affirm the continuation of that practice to let all units, make sure that in their areas of expertise that their knowledge and research is shared. The second was one that's been referred to about the concentration of, the president. I'm positive the president would not act in a vacuum on any of these matters. We put a resolution in it to be it further resolved that the board will review that and see that this is being acted upon appropriately. So I feel that that concern was addressed. Lastly, I'll say that this is really intended to prevent the very, very rare occasion of a point of view on an incredibly divisive issue being put out by a unit or department, and by proxy, then the university agrees. And what I've heard from others is that silenced some of their voices, because then it's looked at to be an official university point of view and opinion, and that they can't then share the freedom that this university is all about. So while I appreciate all of the things, I think we just see it slightly different way. Some of us see it inhibiting, and some of us see it enhancing. And I will be voting in favor of this resolution.
Thank you. Regent Johnson. Tad Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for the authors for accepting my suggestion that we look at this matter in October and detail how this is being implemented and the impact it's having on the university and campuses, colleges, schools, departments, et cetera. And the report would include specific examples of institutional statements on matters of public concern or public interest. And the report would also provide any recommendations for refining the guiding principles. So I'm glad that I drafted some language and you helped me rewrite it, and thank you for accepting it.
Thank you. Any other? Regent Kanyanya?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues and everyone attending and watching virtually, and for all the input. As Regent Gawley mentioned, certainly weren't able to communicate back with all of them, although I did have some exchanges via email. So maybe I'll just start with, I think there's a lot that everyone's in agreement on. Obviously, the things we're in disagreement about are key, and so that's why we're here. But I'll just start with where we do agree, right? And first of all, is at the individual levels in two fashions: free speech and academic freedom. On the free speech piece, certainly not an expert of it, but what I do know, the university or no other entity defines that for anyone in any setting. And that certainly does not police that. And that's not what the resolution is intended to do. And if it does violate that, the courts are the arbiters of that, you know. The other part is academic freedom. The university has a long-standing tradition of academic freedom, and in fact has upheld this. We're obviously here because there's a perception of a threat to that, but what's not discussed is there's a constant threat to academic freedom, constantly. And there's many instances where the U is pressured and continues to defend, and has defended, at least in my 6 years on the board, the academic freedom of individuals. The challenges are not new, and there's long-standing protection of this. You know, there's not much disagreement on that part in terms of what the individual can do, and that's a content-neutral statement. If we believe that individuals, faculty, and students can engage in scholarly work, it has to be for whatever topic. Topics I like, topics I don't like, topics I find personally objectionable, and that is and has been my stance. Again, still speaking at the individual individual level. And that does include the public topics of public concern. In addition to that is the university dissemination of that. I think Regent Wheeler called it the free sharing is what was quoted from your email. And the resolution revision, the recent revision of just the other day does affirm that the university can, and should continue to share all matters of scholarship, again, the things I just listed, regardless of content, through departments, units, centers, and such. They can, and should continue to share that and disseminate the said scholarship. The departure is obviously at the collective departmental unit level. It's been said that no one has the authority to regulate collective speech, and I think that's probably true. Again, not a legal scholar, and no one does have that authority. But then again, no one and no institution is compelled to disseminate any of that speech, right? And that's why this resolution would not prohibit anyone or any group of faculty, students, staff from writing, speaking, publishing, and they can do that in whatever form, but the university is not compelled to disseminate any speech.
Ask that the audience allow our speaker to continue so that we can all hear his remarks. Thank you.
Faculty are free to individually or collectively, continue to do their work. I think, in speaking on departmental statements, it's a pretty unique kind of exercise because all other scholarly work, there's no scholarly work that's typically done in that setting. I guess I have trouble with the notion that if one person authors a statement and 10, 20, 50, 30, 60 co-sign it, that they have engaged in scholarly work, because that's not how faculty collaborate all the time, but that's not how the work that's submitted to peer-reviewed journals is done, right? I mean, if it's true collaboration, that would fall under the protected academic realm, that would be published, that would be disseminated. The department statements.
You don't speak for our students.
Again, I'm going to call this meeting to order and ask the audience to please allow the speaker to continue, to allow Regent Kenyana to offer his viewpoints on it. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Madam Chair. I guess I'll conclude by saying I think there's no challenge to individual free speech. There's no challenge to individual academic freedom. But at the same time, the institution is not compelled to then endorse and disseminate any views of any content, regardless of the topic and whether I like it or don't.
Thank you. Any other individuals who wish to be heard? Yes, Regent Farnsworth.
Documentation of direct.
Again, I'm calling on Regent Farnsworth. Thank you. Calling this meeting to order, or I will request a recess. Regent Farnsworth.
Request public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank folks for their engagement on this. I've reviewed all the University Senate and Faculty Senate discussions on this, have also reviewed all the email correspondence and other types of correspondence we've received, and have really, since this has all started, the introduction of this resolution, the revisions, the process have sat in deep discernment over this topic, particularly in the context of the rapidly changing federal landscape and how different institutions are grappling with this issue. To speak to what Regent Tad Johnson focused his comments on, the last be it further resolved clause, or the newly added be it further resolved clause, that makes me feel more comfortable with this resolution, and I appreciated The addition of that, for me as someone who will be on this board for the next couple years as the implementation of these guidelines and the policies that are created moves forward, it's something that I'll be certainly paying close attention to and look forward to that October 2025 report. And of course, things can always happen sooner as well. And trust that the president and her team will keep us informed of how this plays out, and always welcome any member of the university community, state of Minnesota, whoever, all of our constituencies to engage with me and reach out to me as this moves forward. So I will be supporting this resolution today because I think it's the right decision for the university. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Regent Tarabi, anything further?
Yeah, just a matter of procedure, I guess. If there are other comments, I'd like to hear them, but if not, I'd like to motion to table the resolution.
Second.
All right, this would be viewed as a motion to postpone, and that motion does require a second. Is there a second to the motion? We have a second to the motion. Is there discussion?
Typically, it would be to a particular date or meeting.
I'm advised by the executive director that typically that this would then be postponed or tabled until a particular date or a particular meeting. Would you like to add that?
Yes, I would like to move to table the resolution until the board has held special meetings to allow for a fuller discussion on the implications from all members of the board. I understand the board leadership took a lot of effort to engage and discuss to come up with the resolution, but I feel like the full board, and I know that there have been some small opportunities, but I'd like additional engagement by faculty, governing bodies, our general counsel, as well as the president. I also would like to fully consider decision-making models that protect institutional speech, academic freedom, and shared governance. I personally feel
let me just,
Yeah.
now you're giving us the reasoning to support
Yeah.
your motion.
Okay,
And
yes.
so let me just
So
find out
until the special-
procedurally how to
Yes.
navigate your motion here. There's a motion to postpone or table, and you indicated you don't have a date certain, but to allow special meeting, to have a special meeting and to take, I think it's more input regarding this matter.
Yes.
My question at this point for our procedural gurus here is do we open this up to discussion, or do we simply vote on the motion to postpone or table, or how do we proceed with the motion? If you could advise.
It is debatable.
Okay, this is debatable, so go ahead, and Regent Tarabi, I'm sorry to interrupt you if you were
No.
speaking in support of your motion to table or postpone.
Thank you. I am never sure of the procedure, so I appreciate the guidance too. I just feel like we fully considering different decision-making models that do protect institutional speech, academic freedom, and shared governance. I know that maybe there are assumptions that that is happening, but I'd like to really understand that better. And also, I feel just in general, this matter is too important to rush. And by postponing the vote, we could gather this information here directly from the task force that ultimately helps to strengthen the legitimacy of whatever resolution we end up adopting. And I hope that my fellow regents will support the motion to engage in a more thorough and inclusive process before we take final action.
Thank you. Anybody else at this time? First of all, again, procedurally, correct me. Do we first have discussion now on the motion to table, and then I see if there's any more motion or any more discussion on the main motion? All right. Any discussion on the motion to postpone this decision? All right, then we will, initially, we will take a vote on the motion to postpone. All those in favor of the motion to postpone, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I think I heard 3 ayes. All those in favor, please say no.
No.
No. I'm sorry, I misstated. All those opposed to the motion to postpone, please say, what do we say? Say no.
No.
No. Regent Davenport, did we hear from you?
No,
Now we did. All right.
my vote is no.
All right.
To postpone.
All right. Based on the motion, the motion is not approved, and we will move on to the main motion. Thank you.
Review to see what this actual impact will be.
At this time, any further discussion on the main motion to adopt the resolution before you in the docket today? Hearing none, then we will then proceed to take a vote on that motion. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the resolution in today's docket, please indicate, please say aye.
Policy is not to trust. Cunningham, don't speak for us. Policy is not to trust. Cunningham, don't speak for us. Policy is not to trust.
Or can I have people raise their hand?
Speak for us. Policy is not to trust. Cunningham, don't speak for us.
I am going to ask that I'm calling for order at this time so that we can vote on this resolution.
Cunningham, don't speak for us.
At this time, I am, again,
Stand up, fight back. Academic freedom is under attack. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. Academic freedom is under attack. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. Free speech is under attack. What do we do? Stand up, fight back.
at this time, we will call this meeting to order.
Stand up, fight back.
At this time, we will take a short recess so that we can then vote.
Stand up, fight Emails. Read your emails. Read your emails. Read your emails.
Jason.
Do the countdown to go live.
It's not their vote.
All right, is it on? All right, just I want to make sure that this is on our streaming and it's not showing up here. We are, all right, we are live now, thank you. We will resume the meeting. We are going to take a roll call vote on this resolution. And so Executive Director Steves, as you will conduct the roll call.
When academic freedom
On the resolution, Regent Davenport.
When academic freedom is under
Regent
attack.
Davenport votes yes. Regent Farnsworth.
Yes.
Regent Farnsworth votes yes. Regent Gully.
No. She said no.
Regent Gully votes no. Regent Hipsch.
Yes.
Regent Hipsch votes yes. Regent Ruth Johnson.
Yes.
Regent Ruth Johnson votes yes. Regent Tad Johnson.
Yes.
Regent Tad Johnson votes yes. Regent Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Taurabe.
No.
Regent Taurabe votes no. Regent Turner.
No.
Regent Verhalen.
Yes.
Regent Verhalen votes yes. Regent Wheeler.
Yes.
Regent Wheeler votes yes. Chair Mayron.
Yes.
Chair Mayron votes yes.
The vote is 9-3. The resolution passes. Thank you very much. All right, we are going to take a very short, well, my question is, we've had to recess several times already. Might be worth it.
We're gonna need it.
Take it. We will take Okay,
Okay, we're live.
my phone died. Okay. Thank you. We will now resume the board meeting. At this time, we will hear an update on the vision for the Minnesota healthcare. I'd like to welcome to the presenters table Jacob Tolar, Dean of the Medical School and Vice President, Clinical Affairs, Bevan Yua, the Vice Dean for Clinical Affairs at the Medical School and CEO of the University of Minnesota Physicians, Kathleen Bendel, Vice Chair of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and Lead Partnership Fellowship Programs Director at the Medical School, and Abraham Jacob, Chief Quality Officer for M Health Fairview. President Cunningham, before we proceed with comments from the team, if you would like to make any opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair Mayron, and please, my sincere welcome to the team and for all the work that they have done. Healthcare in our country and our state is at a crossroads. These challenges of delivering care are increasingly complex. The investments are required to address them, find health systems struggling to serve, particularly in rural areas. To tackle Minnesota's most pressing healthcare challenges, the University of Minnesota and Essentia Health have proposed an all-Minnesota solution, a bold, integrated approach that combines people, systems, and capabilities to deliver a new level of seamless, expanded healthcare across the state. Fairview is indeed a valued and important partner, and it is our shared duty and responsibility to bring this vision to life and build a new solution to advance healthcare across the state of Minnesota. As we move forward, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to our faculty, the researchers, providers across the system that work hand in hand to provide great care, and caregivers who are navigating these issues and doing tremendous work in support of the mission of health. Thank you. I now turn it over to Dr. Jacob Tolar.
Madam Chair, Madam President, thank you for giving us the floor today. I am very proud of this university, and the theme of today is dual. One is that academic healthcare system, the All Minnesota Health Vision, is a glorious one. And the second one is that for making this all happen, we need investment in our facilities, in our clinics, and in our places where we work. When this anchored all is in what you told me and my team about 5 years ago, and you said, get the medical school from the almost 40th place in the ranking in the United States to top 25. You said 25 by 2025. Our team, with your guidance, has achieved it 3 years in ahead. And these rankings are reflection of the good care and availability that we provide to our patients. This allowed us to hire the best in the nation. Think Andrew Adams, Mike Gale, Damian Fair, and we were able to position this whole university on a better standing as a result. We do train, as you have heard, 70% of physicians in the state of Minnesota. We have 3 campuses. We have a rural physician associate program. We go to Perham, we go everywhere. There are 1,700 locations that we serve as educators. And our practice is a powerful one. Over the last 5 years, we have built a proof of concept, if you will, of a powerful practice that sees more than 1 million patients a year with 1,400 providers and is able to do that and be in an increasing demand because we provide good care, we are available, and we are good at working with our partners. Now, changes in healthcare are omnipresent. Regent Wheeler and many others, Regent Turner and Regent Johnson knows very well, how this is, and President Cunningham knows that this is a constant thing. And that's a good thing, because some of these changes are very positive. For example, what you provide here as an innovation in technology and in science of medicine is exactly what is changing. We provide good changes in the healthcare. Not all of them are positive, though. If you look at the eroding, reimbursements, if you look at the increased costs and other pressures in the environment, you will agree that everybody is affected by these pressures. It is like everybody hurts, the REM song. This is exactly where we live and where we practice. So in this environment, we have been able to develop a patient-centered, open practice that is a sought-after partner for the patients, for the providers, and for the payers. And the front door of that clinical excellence is our clinical and surgical center that you will hear from Dr. Yu.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacob. Chair Marin, members of the board, thank you for letting me be here today. I want to tell you a little bit about the CSE. The Clinics and Surgery Center, or what we call the CSC, is the outpatient facility that is the front door to the amazing care that University of Minnesota physicians provides to patients across the state. We saw patients from every single county in Minnesota last year. We have roughly 500,000 patient visits a year. It's about 2,000 visits every working day. Our ambulatory surgery center was ranked #1 in the state by Newsweek. The outcomes that we provide our patients who come through the door are outstanding, and Dr. Jacob will share the remarkable improvements in care that have come to see us since 2019. Our largest challenge, frankly, is just getting patients in the door. Next slide. Oh, yeah, I went too soon. We got to go back. The portion of the building that's being discussed in the CSC is the part that's run as a joint venture. The joint venture is a 50-50 partnership between the University of Minnesota Physicians and Fairview Health Services. Our agreement ends at the end of 2025, which is looming large. We want to continue to offer great care at this facility. On February 28th, the university expressed in a letter to both me and to Mr. James Hereford that they were offering to acquire 50% interest in the JV by purchasing Fairview's half. On March 6th, Fairview rejected the university's offer. Next slide. Our faculty also work in Fairview's system of hospitals. A challenge for our faculty is that these facilities have suffered from capital underinvestment for many years. The context that's important for the Regents to appreciate is to hear that the type of physician faculty who come from all over the country, and actually all over the world, to work at the University of Minnesota are world-class clinicians, world-class scientists, world-class faculty. And we are here because we want to deliver nation-leading care. A typical hospital system will invest about 5% of their annual revenue in capital for the hospital. But Fairview has consistently spent 3% or less in these areas, and that amount of underinvestment over time can build up. I want to emphasize, we want to provide care efficiently. We need more CTs, we need more MRI scanners, we need more angio suites, we need more operating rooms, we need more ICU beds and acute care beds in order to take care of our patients. I want to be very clear, though, when patients get to us, we deliver great, compassionate, high-quality care. But because of physical limitations in our space and our equipment, we just can't see the number of patients that need us and whom we really want to help. I'll turn this back to Dr. Tolar.
As you have heard from Dr. Yu, this is all about interdependence. This is how we work in a complex environment and complex system, and why we are good partners to everybody in the system of healthcare in the state of Minnesota and nationally. What is really important is that the impact that we have is not just the clinical care. It is also enormous economic stimulus for the state of Minnesota. For every physician, there are 13 jobs, not only in the healthcare sector. There are about $2.5 million of revenue for the state, about $100,000 in taxes annually for the state of Minnesota. So this is an economic vibrancy as well. So what we are here to present to you is that it is the partnership, it is the necessity to invest in our infrastructure, and it is the vision of extending the sentence that you have behind you, the commune vinculum omnibus artibus, essentially same platform for all, from this university to the whole state of Minnesota. And as an example of that, I'll ask two of my colleagues to speak to both of these themes, as I said. Dr. Abe Jacob and Dr. Kathy Bendel are my colleagues. I worked many, many nights and hours with them, either in the ICU or NICU, and I'm delighted that they are here today with us. Kathy?
Thank you, Jacob. Good morning, Chair Mayron and the Board of Regents. Thank you for inviting us to talk with you today. I am a proud graduate of this medical school. For 34 years, I've been on the faculty and provided care for premature and sick infants on our mHealth Fairview, University of Minnesota Masonic Children's Hospital, NICU, while at the same time educating the next generation of healthcare providers in newborn intensive care and conducting NIH-funded clinical research. What is possible? Currently, Masonic Children's Hospital NICU is ranked in the top 50 NICUs by U.S. News & World Report. We provide the highest level critical care in the 68-bed Level 4 NICU, along with prenatal consults, which Regent Wheeler understands quite well. We are the one NICU able to provide care for any problem a newborn in Minnesota might have, from complex surgical care, including ECMO, heart, and neurosurgery, to advanced kidney care, including infant dialysis, and specialized neurodevelopmental care of the tiny preterm infant, just to highlight a few of our unique strengths. Because of the depth and breadth of our care, Masonic Children's Hospital NICU is also the primary site for learning how to care for these fragile patients. We train not only physicians, but nurses, respiratory therapists, pharmacists, dietitians, and many other healthcare professionals in NICU work. Our NICU has always practiced an all-Minnesota approach. We are available to any provider in Minnesota for consultation and have a long-standing transport program to safely move critically ill infants. We recently expanded to provide a telemedicine program offering virtual assistance in patient care prior to transport, or sometimes even to avoid transfer. 30% of our admissions are transported into the NICU, and of the babies born on our hospital, more than a third of their mothers are referred for delivery right next to the NICU. For example, last fall, baby Adam was born at mHealth Fairview Grand Itasca Hospital, a little bit north of here, 4 months premature, weighing a little bit over a pound. They were not exactly excited about this. The anxious provider team at Grand Itasca contacted us via telemedicine. Using the special video equipment, we were able to view the infant in the delivery room and advise them on the resuscitation, while at the same time activating the transport team to go out and get the baby as soon as possible. My colleague also used the telemedicine system to talk with the parents. She explained all our concerns, such as why he would need a breathing tube, and prepared them for what would happen on transport and admission to the NICU. They told me later how reassuring this was. I'm happy to say that the transport and subsequent hospitalization went well. Adam was in the hospital for just over 3 months, which does provide challenges to a family in greater Minnesota. We are passionate about continuing to provide state-of-the-art care to sick and premature babies while supporting families and educating the next generation of providers. As is true for my colleagues across the country, despite our successes, we are facing real challenges due to limited resources. We have a 30-year-old NICU that does not have enough beds or private rooms or special treatment suites that are now commonplace in other NICUs around the country. Parents like Adams do not have a private space to be with their baby as they deal with his illness and learn to be new parents. Ongoing and improved investment in our Masonic Children's Hospital and the entire University Hospital will allow us to continue to provide outstanding care to the infants of Minnesota and remain competitive, along with guaranteeing a well-trained future NICU workforce, retain our talented faculty, and continue to do our research. Even more is possible. Thank you for your attention. I will now turn this over to my colleague, Dr. Abe Jacob, to discuss the impact of quality and safety efforts on the care we provide at mHealth Fairview University of Minnesota Hospital.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning, Chair Mayron and members of the board. My name is Abe Jacob. I'm an internist and pediatrician, and I've been faculty at the university since 2005, nearly 20 years. I should get a pin or something, I'm hoping. I've also been Chief Quality Officer for mHealth Fairview since 2019. When I stepped into that role, I was asked to integrate the quality and safety enterprise across the health system. Through doing that, over the last 6 years, what we've experienced is that the University of Minnesota Medical Center has improved in the rankings. From 2010 2010 to 2020, they consistently ranked at average or below average compared to other academic medical centers. Since 2020, over the last few years, University of Minnesota Medical Center has been top quartile. We've not only seen that improvement at the medical center, but we've also seen that across the whole system, which has been wonderful to experience. We think we're on a pathway to actually get to top decile. This has been despite what we've all experienced over the last 5 or 6 years, which has included a worldwide pandemic, the financial stressors that has wrought, and the University of Minnesota Medical Center being at or near capacity nearly every day. We wake up this morning and we find that message again in our morning huddles. So in working with the health system, we've been essentially being able to add 100 new admissions a day to the both campuses because we can better triage patients that need our care. We've hit record numbers of organ transplants, and only services that the university can provide, like ECMO, record numbers of ECMO in the last year. This has all been a good thing. The numbers are the numbers, but we all know that this impacts us all on a personal level because we live in the communities where we take care of patients. My kids go to a high school. There's a beloved teacher there who gets voted on every year to give the graduation speech. He reached out to me about 2 years ago because he was diagnosed with a bad lung cancer. We got him into the Masonic Cancer Center that day at the CSC, and he went through a very difficult course of treatment. And today he is doing well with his wife and 2 young daughters, and still a great teacher for our kids. He expresses his gratitude to me for some reason because of the work we do, but it really is about the entire team and the excellence, the world-class care we can provide for the community. So what about the All Minnesota solution? It really is an inspiring vision because what we see in quality and safety is that some of the biggest disparities we experience are between rural and urban populations. We think we could scale the efforts we've seen in quality and safety over the last 5 years to a much larger reach in the state of Minnesota, including to the rural communities where this is such a big issue in terms of access. So I am inspired and excited about the work or the opportunity to do what we've been doing over the last 5 or 6 years to expand this to a much greater part of Minnesota. Thank you for your time.
Thank you both. So let's make no mistake. The fate and the future of the medical school and the practice is at balance. This is a state of urgency. This is a state of crisis. This is a state when we need partners that are not fair weather friends and sunshine patriots. We need people who will really support us in this all Minnesota health vision, the glorious one, because that is the way how we can not just combine a couple of business entities, but rather elevate what we do so well at this university and elsewhere with our partners into a state where we can change the healthcare in the state of Minnesota and potentially nationally into what people really want, which is decreased costs, democratized access, and high rapidity of treatments. So this is what we are here in front of you, and we are grateful to the president, her team, to the leadership at the university practice and all our partners, and I will turn it back to the president.
Chair Mayron, thank you all so much for the work that you're doing every day on the ground. And I know how difficult, and I hear how difficult from our faculty and providers across the system, that the uncertainty that we're living in right now with the end of our contracts upon us and no clarity for what happens next, and how difficult that is every day, working with good people, but not knowing whether we will indeed tear apart the system or try to work together to build something better. Whether or not we will be able to continue the good care in the ways that you're doing it now. But I also want to call out something, and I heard you speak some across the country very eloquently, and for folks that the NICU is the neonatal care unit, as was described, and I find it amazing that you're delivering this tremendous care. But I want you to talk a little bit about Your facilities, you said, are 31 years old? And what that means, and I just want to remind the board, I come to you in front of you a lot and say, our facilities need updating. We do not own these facilities. I just want to remind people, our doctors provide excellent care. Fairview owns the facilities. Fairview is responsible for maintaining the facilities. And so we are asking our physicians to do amazing work, but can you describe what's different between a modern NICU and yours? And how long did you tell me it's been at the top of the list to be fixed, if you may?
So our NICU is a little over 30 years old. And compared, the state of the art right now for NICUs across the country is to have private rooms for every baby so that their parents can be with them, and there are other benefits to having a private room with respect to infection control that we all learned during the pandemic as well. We do not have that sort of a facility. We do have some private rooms, but a very limited number of them. And so all of our babies are cared for in bay settings with, 3 to 6 babies in a room. And so you can imagine, depending on the degree of illness and the number of equipment that is around a particularly sick baby, that some parents have virtually no privacy with their child. And it is, we do great from an infection prevention perspective because everybody does their hand washing, but it really has made it very difficult for our families to have a really good situation with their babies. We provide amazing care. That's how we're in the top 50 U.S. News and World Report. It does limit us some, though, in the number of patients we can have, because at times we can't have 6 babies in one room because of the degree of illness of certain other babies. So we are constantly at capacity and having to turn patients away. There is also, I mentioned the special suites, babies who are on a ventilator and receiving a lot of medications and potentially in an isolate can't go off the NICU for a special radiologic procedure. Most NICUs now have a radiologic suite on their NICU so that procedures that can safely be done on the unit but need x-ray support can be done there. We've looked at it, there is absolutely no way to accommodate that kind of room on our current NICU. And so we are struggling to continue to provide that excellent care that we want to do. And it's hard on our families, and it's hard on our faculty who want to do the best they can and have opportunities to go to other places. So, and we really do want to continue to be an NICU for the entire state of Minnesota. And so, we're all dedicated, we're all here, but there's a lot that needs to happen in our NICU. And to your point, Dr. Cunningham, I believe it's been 8 years now that we have been near the top of the list for having renovations done to the NICU with only a very few cosmetic things being done.
So thank you, and if I may continue, Chair Marianne. So again, I can appreciate having worked clinically how much harder it is to deliver great care like that when you have multiple families with preemies standing around all working in a very closed corridor, how much more difficult it is to deliver. So it's even more amazing that you're able to deliver this care. I imagine it's difficult also to train the next generation of physicians for what the optimal care should be if you're not able to do that in settings that they probably, hopefully, will be working in later. So how does that set them up for taking care of patients around the rest of the state? We know most of our physicians stay here in the state.
Right. So that's a really good question. We're doing an excellent job. Most of our trainees do stay in the state, but not as many anymore. Many are going elsewhere where they can feel they have more support in their clinical care. But for those that want to stay here and want to continue to make this, we try to talk about the best ways we can do this. We've done a lot of workarounds to try and improve communication for families so that we are HIPAA compliant at all times when you have 6 families in a room at one time. We have done a lot of working of our schedule that means for extra hours for the physicians in order to communicate well with families, because you have to set up different types of meetings. But we're doing it, and we talk about the importance, and we talk to our trainees also about advocating for what changes they need to see in their workplace, wherever they land.
Thank you. And if we could go back one slide, Dr. Toller, can you speak more to the risks we have? We obviously don't have the opportunity for a status quo because our contracts are ending. Can you speak to what the risk is here if we don't move forward?
Madam Chair, Madam President, of course, I have been presenting it to the legislature for many years now, and I call it internally a deletion experiment. You know, what it means is that none of us is actually aware of how good we have it until we lose it. Works for professional and personal lives equally. And the challenge is that while we have a most prominent group and powerful practice and good medical school at the same time, it is tenuous, as I said. You know, this is when once we don't have the investment in the infrastructure, investment in the training, investment in the innovation for whatever reason, we will lose people. The confident go first. The proceduralists, the high-margin ones go first. The second, with a little lag, they'll go what we call cognitive specialties, with no insult to the surgeons, because they need to be there, ID docs and so forth. And then the research is hit. So almost everything that exists in medicine, to my opinion, has come from science. And once you lose the ability to combine, as we do in our clinical trials and in other ways of life, science with the care delivery, then it's gone, and it's gone forever. And if we do lose this kind of a position and this kind of ability to provide innovation, clinical care, and education, we will, hear me out, we will never get it back. So this is a crisis, Madam President.
Yeah, thank you. And I see here on this slide, mentions also this would mean a decrease in our class sizes. Is that right?
Absolutely. Potentially, this can lead to a different reframing of the class. We are very proud of being able to have new campus in St. Cloud and expanding to 4 years in Duluth, and obviously continuing the very strong campus in Twin Cities. But this is a domino.
Right. And so we should all understand that without moving ahead, what I hear you and the team putting forth is that our ability to continue that commitment at St. Cloud is at risk, and our ability to continue the medical education in Duluth is also at substantial risk as we have to contract.
It is all, in one big dot.
Right. Thank you for that. This obviously concerns me a fair amount as we go to move ahead. Dr. Yu, I want to go back. You mentioned on a slide a few back here, if we could maybe go back.
This one?
Nope, a few more back on that one. Thank you. Nope, that one. So when I hear about money that's needed to be invested in the NICU, and I see that there's been, $60 million for 3 years to 5 years, and I know Raymond James and others have estimated, about $500 million of underinvestment. I imagine some of that investment is what you were hoping for to be in the NICU, right? So I just think that's I imagine there's other places you see that underinvestment where it would really make a difference for your ability to take care of patients.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it's ultimately about the patients, right? And what I hear about all the time are patients who are frustrated because they can't get in to see us, or they're frustrated because I'll get a call and say, did you know that my husband had to stay in a cot overnight because there was no room to put that patient? Do you know that we tried to get in to see you, but we couldn't? I mean, on a typical night, we will often have to turn patients away, patients who need transplants, patients who need complex cardiac procedures, patients who need very complex neurosurgical procedures. These are things that we do really well and we're proud of, but we don't have the room. We can't get people in, and so they often go other places. Some of you may have tried to refer your friends and family to us, and some of you may be very frustrated that it takes 3 months to get an appointment with us. We don't like that. What bothers me is that people think, wow, gosh, those University of Minnesota physicians faculty don't care. That's not true. We care deeply. We work with our Fairview clinical partners very well to try and get around some of these limitations. Our faculty come in early, our faculty stay late, our faculty double book patients, but there's only so much we can do. And I want to emphasize what I said, which is I don't want people to think that because we're not having these facilities, we're delivering lower level care. We are absolutely not. The faculty and our Fairview clinical partners are doing our best to provide high quality, outstanding, compassionate care. That's what we do, and that's what we're known for. We just wish we could do it for more people, and we wish we could do it for people from all over the state to improve the access for those individuals.
So an investment that would make up for the underinvestment here would allow smoother care, allow your folks to not have to work as hard to deliver that amazing care, and allow broader access across the state for folks.
It would be a great start.
Yeah. I don't know if the board has any questions. But.
Yeah, we do. Looks like, so I'll start with, well, let me ask before I take the question from Regent Ruth Johnson, is there more to your presentation jointly that we should make sure we have on the table before we take questions?
We are done, Madam Chair.
All right, then Regent Johnson.
Thank you. Well, thank you for this really important report, and I think the NICU is a microcosm of the things that are going on at every level there. And as a few months ago, I remember Regent Hips, we were touring on the East Bank Hospital and then the Clinical Surgery Center. And I was actually, I'm a practicing internal medicine physician. I was stunned by the lack of space and by the we're in the ER, backed up. We go to different floors of the hospital doing different kinds of care, patients waiting out in the hallways, residents or medical students who've gone in and taken a history or physical, trying to write that up, sitting out in the hallway in some little chair or something improvised, trying to get that done. And, that's just a few examples of that. And I think the care, the dedication of every physician, nurse we talk to there, the care, the quality of care that's being provided is excellent, is outstanding. And yet these are incredible and real challenges. And it does also affect, as it has been mentioned, the ability to teach the next generations, whatever. You can't go into a NICU as 6 babies and families and take a group of residents or fellows or students, whatever, and bring in there and have a good discussion.
That is one of the major accommodations we've had to make, is that we can no longer do bedside rounds.
Yeah,
because the team will not accommodate that, and for HIPAA violations. So we do separate rounds. We make it work. Families come in, nurses come in. But it's not the same as the whole team standing at the bedside talking about a patient.
Those are some of the most important learning experiences for physicians. And it used to be there, get the whole picture, be together, to have a group of them, be able to talk to each other, ask questions. I mean, it's absolutely essential. So I think, first of all, you should be congratulated on how well you've done with very challenging circumstances. And I think it is absolutely critical that we do everything we can to update get the funding to update facilities. So I mean, that's clear. And the other thing is putting I think, if we have to cut back on sizes of the medical school classes, that's going to affect, we're talking about physician shortages, workforce shortages. If we can't educate people, I don't know exactly what percentage. I think we've heard a lot about the 70%. I think that's primarily the largest group, is that you're highly educating the medical students. I think, that's because you have by far the largest classes of medical students. So that's huge there. And then obviously residency training is a whole another thing. But it's absolutely essential to the state of Minnesota. I have been there in the past with family. I've seen the same kind of things. And so I guess one of my questions is how can we communicate best to the legislature and other people here the important need? Because I mean, that's what it comes down to. And there's right.
If I may, Regent Johnson,
I know you have other ideas too.
This is not about the legislator. We are in a partnership with Fairview. These are Fairview's facilities that they have underinvested in and chose to not upgrade, putting our physicians and our future training in a difficult place, although they are doing amazing work to compensate for that. These are facilities that our partners have not kept up.
But we'll have
for 31 years, the NICU.
No, I understand, but
Yeah.
it's going to require some funding to improve. If we get a hold of.
Our All Minnesota solution that we're putting forward, I can't be more clear, brings $1 billion to reinvest in this work without any state taxpayer or legislator support. We are not asking the legislator to support this. Our partnership with Essentia would bring $1 billion to help fix things like this, as well as to fix, to help upgrade training and education. So this is the rare time where we come before you and say, we are not actually asking the legislator for money. What we're asking the people of Minnesota to do is to care about health in Minnesota. And to support new, innovative, bold ideas in how we get there.
How are they going to do
Okay,
that then?
so to move this along, thank you, because I've got other people who want to ask questions as well. I just want to ask kind of a practical question. So as I understand it, the CSC joint venture between Fairview and UMP is going to sunset at the end of 2025. It's right around the corner here. So what happens if it runs out in 2025? And so what happens if an offer's been made by the university in terms of buying out a portion? If Fairview's rejected it, Fairview says we put conditions on that offer that they can't agree to. Maybe you could talk about what conditions is it Fairview objecting to, but more importantly, what happens if we don't reach some sort of arrangement on the CSC?
Yeah, let me try and cover some of that, because some of that I'm in a position to take a stab at, and some of them I'm not.
Okay.
So first of all, the offer came from the University of Minnesota.
Yep.
It didn't come from me. The offer, because University of Minnesota physicians and Fairview are in that joint venture. The offer was actually made to both me and to Mr. Hereford. So that I would have to defer to the university. I spend a lot of time thinking about what would happen if nothing happens. You know, if the university doesn't purchase it, if I don't purchase, or UMP doesn't purchase Fairview's half, or Fairview doesn't purchase our half. We've considered all those possibilities. I think the thing that gives me the most anxiety is what happens if none of that happens.
Right.
I don't know, to be very honest. There are a lot of scenarios. We're planning for them. We're thinking about them. What I know is that's going to be really, really important for us to continue that. We have to provide care for all the patients that are coming to see us. Our medical school faculty and our nurses and everybody that participates, all of our APPs, we want to continue to take care of patients. So we're going to have to figure out how to do it. But I worry about how it will be structured. And Chair Mayor, I don't have an answer for how it's going to look yet.
And Chair Mayor, and this is why the university stepped up in the way that Dr. Yu mentions to support what we know is the front door and to continue continuity for patients. So, yeah.
In terms of the offer that was made to Fairview, I guess this is a question.
Greg Goldman said he can speak to it.
Oh, all right. Greg Goldman's coming up here to help on this question of the offer that was made to Fairview. They rejected it in part.
Calling a friend.
Calling a friend because of conditions that they claimed that we put on that offer that they apparently couldn't live with. I'm paraphrasing.
Correct. So as has been reported, Fairview did respond to us about the offer we put forward. And there were three things that they say were not part of the original negotiation for that February 28th date. In any negotiation, it's just starting a process. And three things that were important to us, fiduciarily in responsibility to the state, as well as to all Minnesota Health, is the joint venture writing off the losses that were on the books to date, which we believe could be up to $100 million. And it's unclear because we have not done the due diligence and discovery yet. But we don't believe that it's our obligation to cover those as taking that over. A model of care agreement. And the model of care agreement, and my colleagues to the left can speak much more to that, is the ability to make sure that we have the referral network, the ability for patients to come into the CSC. And then, as you've heard multiple times, the last would be a positive vote by UMP to move the practice as the university being the sole member of it. So those were the three things that they pointed out in the letter back to me. And we are still waiting for Fairview to respond, to hopefully sit down at the table and have those discussions.
Regent Wheeler?
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Chair Maron, and thank you to all of you for the work. I mean, you know, I've been in this community and in healthcare for a long time, and your reputation, despite facilities and everything and the excellent care you provide, which has only, to your point, been on the uprise, you know, in terms of the quality you provide is exceptional. So I'll say that first. The other thing I will say that is, you know, Chair Maron, you asked and you answered the questions I had more specifically on, okay, what's our next step with our partner? There are good things that have come out of that partnership in terms of quality and other things, but the ongoing negotiations has to be done as well. I will say that, you know, the healthcare finances has been challenged by numerous systems, and we've been unable to invest, you know, in the way that we wish to in our community, particularly so in the Midwest where Medicare rates are lower. And that doesn't look to be, I just want to make everybody aware, that doesn't look to be getting any better right now. Another decision that was made by Energy and Commerce was to decrease the budget by almost $900 million, and that's largely Medicare, Medicaid. And that's affected by Medicaid affects 50% of individuals, as we heard earlier. So I just want to say that, you know, that there will be some ongoing challenges here as well, even if we get the right negotiated parameters around, and just so we have our eyes wide open as well.
And if I may, Regent Wheeler, Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
That certainly is true. I want to point out that our partners at Essentia, during the same time that there was this underinvestment here, turned enough of a profit at a 3% profit margin that they built the most beautiful billion-dollar hospital in Duluth that I have ever seen in any of my healthcare interactions, because they run a very tight operational organization, and which is one of the reasons we think that they would be really good partners for us moving forward, and their clear commitment to invest in their facilities for their patients. And I saw their NICU as well, and I encourage everyone to take a tour of their beautiful hospital. I see our NICU folks, yeah.
It is stunning, yep.
Regent Hipsch?
Well, I can't speak on behalf of the whole board, but what I heard the board saying, like, over the last years is that we think health is important to all Minnesotans. In fact, we made it one of our priorities for our board. And we stand ready to help whatever way you need it. And we know that it's going to be a big investment because nothing is free that's good, right? And so we know that it's going to be a big thing. We're all very excited about what's happening in St. Cloud and Duluth with increasing the number of doctors, especially for rural medicine. And so what I really hear everybody saying on our board, that we're here to help as soon as you have something that you want us to help with.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is right now, but we stand ready, so.
Madam Chair, Regent Hipsch, thank you for that. And this is exactly, you know, what we are after. We are truly for everyone, you know, not just, you know, coincidentally, this photograph is Caitlin and Ed Anderson at Big Fork Valley Hospital, which is an independent hospital I visited, you know, a little while ago, and has that rural physician associated program. Again, 1,700 rural physicians have been trained in these 120 sites across the whole Minnesota. So that we are absolutely there. Madam Chair.
Thank you. You know, you asked about how do we get the message across at the legislature, for example, about the importance and the role that Medicare, that our academic health enterprise, in particular, what's going on with the medical school and the hospitals, is to the state of Minnesota. You know, the good news is, and what I fear is, they're going to hear, you know, you provide excellent care, quality care, you touted, in fact, under very dire conditions. And so why do we need to help you when you're able to do that under dire conditions? And I think impressing on them that the fact is we are not able to provide that service. We're providing it to fewer and fewer people, and we're having to turn them away.
Yep.
And they're not having access to that excellent care. And that's why the state and others need to invest in what's going on so that we can provide that care to more people, the excellent care that we have. Not that they should say, great, go forth with buildings that are under repair or not state of the art. You can do it, congratulations, and let's move on. So,
Madam Chair, you are so right, and I really am glad that you said it this way, because we are trained for emergencies. That's what we go to medical school for, and we are resilient people, so we can accomplish a lot of things with grace even, under pressure. But there's a limit to this. And 10% of premature death in the United States is due to access, that people just cannot get in. And that's an enormous number of lives and livelihoods that are wasted.
Absolutely. I know we're going to have to bring this to a close quickly, but I have questions from Regent Verhalen and Regent Farnsworth, and then we'll conclude this section of our board agenda. Regent Verhalen?
Thank you so much, Regent Mayron, Dr. Jacob, Dr. Yu, Dr. Bendel, Dr. Toller. Really appreciate this presentation today. And while Dr. Toller, we get to see you often, the others we don't get to see as often. And so I wanted to take a minute to just acknowledge that over the last 10 plus years, I've been able to watch each of you, all four of you, work really, really hard to find ways to Band-Aid these solutions and find ways to fill and backfill the funding holes that have existed in getting our facilities current and up to date, and really admire what each of you have done for the University of Minnesota hospitals in that effort. But to reinforce what's been said by others, philanthropy isn't going to be able to cover all of these issues. We've had amazing donors who've been able to help us in a lot of significant ways over the years, but these partnerships are the way to get there. And I'm really excited to see the rubber hitting the road in some of these instances. And so to Regent Hibsch's point, let us know what you need from us. We're ready.
Madam Chair, Regent Verhalen, thank you so much for recognizing my team. This is really the team, and many, many others that do this. And thank you for saying this. This is not a kidney stone management. This too shall pass. This is really a different kind of crisis. And I am personally grateful for your generosity, since you mentioned philanthropy to the Children's Hospital. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Regent Farnsworth, any final comments or questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Mayron. Just a brief question. I think Executive Vice President Goldman spoke to this when you were kind of going through the 3 points about the CSC. I think it was your first point. I'm just trying to get some clarity around the supplies piece that's been written about, and that kind of piqued my attention. And I think it was the first thing you spoke to, but I just wanted the question around how much is owed for supplies, and maybe it's not the first point you made, but then I would raise that question just to get some clarity on that.
No, so it wouldn't be for supplies. It would be the joint venture has losses associated with it on the books of the joint venture. I don't know what those losses are for specifically, because we're not part of that joint venture. So we would have to do the due diligence as we start to enter the negotiations with Fairview to better understand what those are in order to determine what would or would not be appropriate for us to make part of our offer or not.
And I want to distinguish that the CSC is different than an offer around the full working together that we're talking about in all Minnesota Health. It just had a deadline of March 1. And so we're addressing that now, but it is there's still part of the larger picture and the larger negotiations to be had, as well as this particular part. But I'm grateful for my team figuring out a way to step up for this, and for the partnership of UMP and the medical school, and how we make sure that the CSC remains, as you say, Dr. Yu, it's important, and we felt it was an important time to step up and support our physicians and support our faculty and our providers as they try to deliver amazing care. So with that.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate the update. Go forth.
Chair, Regents.
And at this time, we're going to turn to item 8. President Cunningham is going to have to leave at this point, but we will continue on without you.
If I may say, Chairman, I regret, I'm sorry, I have a university conflict for which I won't be able to attend the rest of the session, but there's a student report that will happen, and I just want the students to know I've watched all of their videos and am paying close attention to that, and we'll watch this portion of the board meeting later on so that I don't miss that important input from our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Cunningham. Turning now to item 8, I'd like to welcome to the table Taiwo Arahu and Peter Smith, Chair and member of the Student Representatives to the Board of Regents, respectively. As I hope you're coming up. Yes, you are. Thanks to both of you. We have all read and watched your report materials, and we look forward to this year's presentation and the various recommendations that have been made by the students, both by campus and collectively. So with that, why don't you go, and whoever will proceed first, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Marion. Good morning, Regents, President Cunningham that just left, and distinguished members of the university community. My name is Taiwo Aremu, and I have the honor of serving as the chair of the student representative to the Board of Regents. I am joined today by my colleague, Pete Smith, a representative from the Twin City campus. On behalf of our team, we extend our gratitude for the opportunity to present the 2024-25 student report, which reflects the perspectives of students across all 5 system campuses. We will begin by introducing the student representatives and our roles in advocating for students across the university system. Next, we'll provide an overview of our team. We will then walk through the key findings from our report, which is based on student insights from across all campuses. Following that, we will present specific recommendations. Finally, we will open the floor for questions, feedback, and discussions.
You gotta click.
All right.
All right. I wish to acknowledge the dedicated student representatives who contributed to this report. Simon Moreno, the vice chair, is from the Duluth campus. Lindsay House from the Morris campus. Abia Kashif from the Twin City campus. Madison Heelan from Crookston campus. Jocelyn Storm from the Twin City campus. Natalia Usechi Parade from Rochester campus. And additionally, Nico Vasilopoulos, a previous member from the Twin Cities. Together, we've engaged in substantive discussions with students across the university. We've identified challenges they face and the opportunities available to enhance their academic and personal success.
This year's report is centered on student success before, during, and after. In addition to our report's attention to the experiences and needs of students as in every year, we chose to theme this year's report as being student success. As during one of the first board meetings this year, we were talking a bit about student success, and we found ourselves kind of wondering or curious about, how success is defined by different groups around the university community. And so based on our finding, we want to emphasize that success isn't just measure of, while we're not officially offering a student's definition of what student success is, we just want to emphasize that success isn't measured by necessarily just grades or diplomas, but rather the full and comprehensive trajectory of a student's journey. A strong start, supportive environment during their time on campus, and structured guidance for what comes next all play a role in whether students feel and whether they are prepared for their future.
So to get insight, or to get a comprehensive understanding and insight of the students' needs, we engage with indirect conversation with students. We organize focus groups and system-wide surveys. And the insights we gathered coalesce around 3 key areas. First, building a strong foundation. This means ensuring that every student, regardless of background, has equitable access to the resources they need for a smooth transition into college. Second, thriving once on campus. Success goes beyond academics. We must break down barriers to learning, support students' well-being, and foster meaningful connections that create a sense of belonging. Finally, preparing to launch forward. Whether entering the workforce or continuing their education, students need expanded careers, readiness programs, and graduate school support, including mentorship opportunities to move forward with confidence. Each of these areas is interconnected. Studies have shown that strong preparation leads to better persistence, and sustained support throughout the student experience enhances post-graduation outcomes. Our goal today is to present key findings and propose recommendations that will strengthen student success across all stages of the academic journey. We have included this information as written and video reports in your docket. In particular, first, I would like to appreciate you that you said you've had the opportunity to look at our reports. Thank you. In particular, we strongly encourage everyone beyond you to view our video report, which is more specific and personal. And so we go to the recommendations. A successful college experience begins long before students set foot on campus. Our findings highlight gaps in recruitment, financial aid clarity, and college preparedness. So students who had access to high school counselors, outreach programs, and college readiness resources reported feeling more confident about their transition. However, these supports are not consistently available across the system, leaving some students to navigate this transition with less guidance. Many also struggle with complex financial aid processes, and some are unaware of the full range of academic and professional opportunities available to them. To address these concerns, we recommend 3 things. Expand college fair participation at all system campuses. Ensure reciprocity. Ensure that this reciprocity agreement remains intact to protect affordability. Strengthen pre-college advising and orientation to support a smoother academic transition. By broadening outreach and improving financial transparency, we can enhance college readiness and ensure that all students, regardless of their background, as I said earlier, begin on solid footing.
So now I move on to addressing while students are on campus and the experience they have there in general and with regards to student success. So once students arrive, their ability to thrive depends on academics, campus life, and their well-being. Several themes emerged from our student feedback. That included some frustration with academic advising being inconsistent for many, particularly regarding availability, responsiveness, and guidance on graduate school and career pathways. Meal plan structures remain a challenge with cost flexibility and dietary restrictions limiting options for students. Mental health services, while they're widely valued, and we understand that the university has put a lot of support behind that in the last number of years, but while those are available, they often have significant wait times and lack the frequency of access for students to be able to meaningfully benefit from that in a lot of cases. And then finally, students cited some confusion or administrative frustration with some administrative processes around email communications and information overload and things like that. So to improve the student experience while on campus, we propose enhanced training and or accountability in some way for advisors, specifically academic advisors, just to ensure more consistency across departments and campuses. Greater meal plan flexibility and expanded access to things like affordable grocery stores on or around campus is a key one. And then continuing about 2 other things, increased investment in mental health services to improve availability and reduce wait times, increase in frequency, and a more coordinated approach to university-wide communication, or just an overall attempt to make things more redundant and improve clarity. So many of the student experiences we elicited reinforce these points. And specifically, I think, as our video, one anecdote in our video, a student's account of how it takes an hour round trip to go to the closest affordable grocery store by bus and having to carry groceries on the bus. It's not ideal for sure. So, well, we think that the recommendations would help significantly with that.
For students, graduation is not the end of their journey. it's the beginning of their next career chapter. The ability to transition into career or further education depends on the strength of their university professional development, career advising, and mentorship opportunities. So while students generally find career services helpful, many express the need for more tailored, field-specific support. I remember I've had the opportunity of mentioning this in one of the board's meetings that we had. Mentorship and networking remains underdeveloped in certain disciplines, limiting opportunities for professional connections. In addition, students pursuing graduate education often find advising support inconsistent, particularly regarding application processes and recommendation letters. To bridge these gaps, we recommend expanding career advising services to offer specialized guidance for different fields. We also recommend strengthening networking and mentorship opportunities or programs to connect students with alumni and industry professionals. One last recommendation is enhancing graduate school advising to provide clearer, more proactive guidance. Students who participated in career fairs, professional development courses, and internship reported feeling significantly more confident in their career paths. Expanding these opportunities will ensure that every graduate student or every graduate of this university leave the university well prepared for the next step. As we reflect on these findings, one thing is clear. The experience students have before, during, and after their time at the university weighs in the minds of many students. And there remain key areas for improvement, which will meaningfully contribute to student success. Addressing these disproportionate gaps in pre-college preparation, improving student support services while on campus, and strengthening career readiness as recommended will leave a lasting impact on student success.
One additional thing, we hope that our attempt to kind of more recenter the student's holistic experience with the while at the university in defining student success will be helpful, instructive, and will help keep this university strong as a common bond for all the arts and our Northern Star and our students' hearts. So with that, we invite the board to consider these questions that we have available. And with regards, we're just adding to the last one a little bit. I guess one additional recommendation that we would like to offer at this time would be in facilitating this dialogue between students and the board and ensuring ongoing collaboration and our ability to function. To that end, we'd also like to recommend a small discretionary fund that be available for the group of representatives of the Regents. It would greatly aid in allowing us to do the work that we do. And yeah, a little goes a long way, so.
All right, thank you so much for your report and the materials that you provided and the videos as well. I'd like to open this up for any comments or discussions by colleagues. Yes, Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. I just want to thank you all for not only your work on this report, but just what I feel has been really high quality representation and participation throughout the year, whether it was in various different committees, the board, informal interactions and settings in between. Really have appreciated it, and I believe this is the second year of the video, kind of doing the report in a video style, which not only included the student reps to the board, but also videos from the campus student governments, which I really liked having kind of that clearinghouse, or that's not the right word, having them all together in this report, so I could kind of see and review all of that, and watch them all on the plane on the way home last week, and it was actually the perfect setting to do that, take notes. Just want to thank you for that, and speak personally, but I'm sure this applies to others as well that have really carefully reviewed this, taken lots of notes. I think this helps inform, and I've said this previously during discussion on this presentation, but I think this is really helpful when considering work planning for the next year for the board. Of course, there's implications related to budget and other priorities. So that's just how I think about this report, and find it very helpful every time it's done, and know how much work the student reps put in. And I won't even make a joke about previous Kenyanya reports this year. So I'll spare you and leave it at that. Thanks.
I don't feel spared.
All right. Yes, Regent Tarabi.
Thank you, Chair Mayron, and thank you both for the presentation. It's always really great to hear from students, and I thought all of your recommendations were really helpful. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly on your last point. That sounded like that was an additional recommendation that was not in the report, but I think I didn't quite hear correctly. So if you wouldn't mind just like restating it so that I understand that recommendation, and then I do have a follow-up, but if you want to.
Chair Marion, Regent Farnsworth, Regent Tarabi, thank you so much. First, I want to thank you, Regent Farnsworth, for your feedback. My team, I'm sure they're glad they're watching right now, and I'm sure everyone is like, thank God, at least somebody appreciated our effort. If you recall, in 2023, that was my first day in the board when I walked into that room. I mentioned that if audio visuals or pictures speak louder than most written words, and so I'm glad that translated to our first video report. When we had our meetings, I made a recommendation at like, why not just do this? And I'm glad that you all liked it. And so this year we decided to continue in that vein. And so to speak about what you may recommended, so to accomplish or to have that video report requires money. And we do not have the financial support from the board office. So we've had to go solicit for funds from our respective student organization, which many times can be a little bit stressful. And so that's why my colleague recommended, we do recommend as a team that if the board can consider having a little stipend or a little something for the board's report, for the students' report, that's what it means. Actually.
Okay.
And just to add on to that one more item, I think that specifically, the idea that we're having to go around to each of the RSGAs to ask for money, last year's for equipment and to be able to accomplish this, or and in many cases, students who are coming from system campuses do get the support to be able to transport down here and those sorts of things. But there are just a series of smaller things and just kind of logistical things where we have to go around to the RSGAs to ask them for money in the future. If we have this video report every year and all of a sudden an RSGA just decides not to, it'd be a sudden issue. And so, like I said before, though, a little I think goes a long way in this department. So.
Chair Mayron.
Further comment, Regent Tarabi?
Yes. Chair Mayron, thank you, speakers, for clarifying that. I kind of didn't hear it properly, so that's helpful. My other question to you is really about kind of just your own experience participating so far as student representatives. Have you felt like, obviously this report is helpful, but have you felt like being student representatives to the board, has it enabled you to bring or have a follow-through in the year that you're participating to these recommendations? I'm just curious to hear your feedback about whether you feel like you've been able to follow through, and now we have the special committee on student success and things. I just wonder how we might make sure that actually the recommendations we don't just hear once a year, but it gets built into whatever process. So I'm curious to hear from you about your experience, but also wonder if we might think about how to take the report and also work it through that special committee too.
Thank you, Chair Marion and Regent Tarabi. I would say that, I would take us a little step backward. The last year report, we figured or we noticed that there were subcommittees that started looking into, like Student Affairs started looking into the 3 recommendations we had last year on mental health, on community and belonging and stuff like that. And so that makes us really understand that or appreciate that the Regents is listening to us. And for me, I would say, for example, when we come to committees like this, I would use myself as an example. I speak with my constituents, and not just folks on the Twin Cities. We represent all over 70,000 students across system campuses. And so I listen to each of them, what they have to say before we come in here. And so that sometimes reinforce or determine the kind of questions or recommendations I provide. Many times I use my experience or my exposure to just look into the materials and provide recommendations. And leading up to this report today, I would say that it's for the last 3 years that I've served with you guys. Some of the things I've been saying, you would notice some of them showed up. And that's because that resonates with students across system campuses. And into the future, yes, I'm glad that we have the student success team being dealt with, focused on right now at the university. And so we just hope that some of these recommendations would go into those committees and would see it there that it's been implemented. That would make students feel like a sense of belonging again, like we said last year. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may add one
Yes.
additional point, I think it might be interesting to also, the kind of limitations of this group being students who rotate through more frequently and not knowing as much about the, behind the scenes, how actually a variety of these things are implemented and such. If there was an opportunity at some point, maybe after the report, year to year, to kind of, walk through some of the recommendations that we are giving, and just to talk about like the feasibility or what it would look like in terms of actually implementing any of those recommendations. It might help to make it seem like these student perspectives and recommendations feel more kind of followed through on and considered.
Thank you. Thank you. Regent Kenyanya, last question?
Yeah.
Or comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Representatives Aremu, Smith. Appreciate the time and all your colleagues that had a hand in this. Just a number of comments. Also a fan of the video summary. It's also a good summary, or if you will, state of the students address, that could be used for other purposes. I hope it's being shared on the campuses and, that the students are having a chance to react to that. I think it could be multi-purpose. I think of the university has the accountability report that we're required to submit to the legislature, but it's become a really good just thing to have, right? See the provost nodding. It's just a good summary. So I think hopefully those videos don't just end here and the students have a chance to kind of react to them and inform the conversation. I think there's a lot of good tie into the new special committee, and we appreciate that's the only special committee with student representatives, aptly so. And there is a lot of tie-in. Representative Smith, you talked about food, not just in context of campus dining, but access to groceries. We talked about that several times in the committee, and really a lot of this stuff you all brought up. So I do think there's an opportunity to just think about how, I know Vice Chair Farnsworth and I, did have a conversation with y'all informing the work plan. I think there's an opportunity to maybe formalize that, because I think that may be the follow-up avenue of the report. Get the report in the spring, that gets incorporated into the work plan to now be discussed in depth in the next academic year. And then I just want to note it seems the engagement has gone up. Morris reported only 3 returning members, yet only 1 vacancy. UMD reported no vacancies, and actually I think they're expanding positions. Student government, really all student engagement did suffer post-pandemic, and it was kind of rough for a few years. There's a lot of vacancies. There was turnover even in the student rep. So, I'm happy to see that engagement is back up. And then one last comment, the structure foundation to the moment to launching forward, I do like that structure, and I think the part 2 is pretty obvious, and I think that's where we focus. So adding the 1 and 3, and 1 ties into the conversation we had in the special committee last time. We talked a bit about Welcome Week and seminar courses, and they're all important, but they build on each other, right? So we can talk about launching forward, but we got to have that structure to have success in the moment. So I appreciate that format. I have more thoughts, but I do hope that, and I trust that this will be routed to the special committee, for more in-depth discussion. But thank you and the teams for your efforts.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you
Chair.
very much for a great presentation and for engaging us in this dialogue yet again. And I would echo what my vice chair said, Regent Kenyanya, about that was part of the whole point of the special committee, was to really focus on the recommendations that you all believe will enhance student success. So I share in his hope that these recommendations will appear as part of the work plan of that special committee, and I'm pretty confident they will. Thank you.
Thank you so
very
much.
Thank you. All right. In terms of reports of the committees, only the Litigation Review Committee has met since February. Regent Tan Johnson, if you could provide your report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Litigation Review Committee met on February 20th, 2025. At this meeting, the committee adopted a resolution that authorized the closing of the meeting to discuss matters of subject to the attorney-client privilege. Thank you, Chair Mariron. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. That concludes the committee reports and brings us to unfinished business. Is there any unfinished business to come before the board? Hearing none, any new business to come before the board? Yes, Regent Kenyanya.
Madam Chair, would you indulge me very briefly?
Ever so briefly.
Yeah, thank you. I know we got to get out of here. There's a non-zero chance we're back here, but it's more likely than not this perhaps is the last board meeting for myself and 3 colleagues. So they just want to offer thanks, thankful to God for this opportunity I never could have imagined, to the university for the opportunity to serve, to learn, really to just learn. I think I should get a degree for this, and to just be near the mission, just get some of that secondhand goodness, that is happening here, and just to be associated with the institution. Thanks to, the mentors that helped me get here. I'm thankful to Dr. Irwin for planting the idea. Some days I'm not as thankful to her for planting the idea, but her and Dr. Corbin Smythe, who, kind of helped mold me at UMD, a place I love and had probably the 4 greatest years of my life. Well, I didn't peak. Hopefully I have some better ones ahead. But they were great.
Really peaking.
Yeah, right. And I think I'll just close by, recognizing, we did start out with Regent Eileen Her. So it's a privilege to be able to even finish out this term, just, to be alive. So, and gladly we got Bo, but, just want to recognize Regent Eileen Her, for being part of our class, if you will, and being just an incredible servant. And, at her memorial service, I was just learning things like I didn't know, and it's just incredible to serve with someone for a while, and then I just didn't know that she did so much of that stuff, and I think we got elected, then pandemic happened, so we didn't get to socialize in the same way, and then, just thank you to the university.
Chair Mariron, thank you. Now I feel moved to say something because it really might be the last time that we're here, right?
It's the proverbial, be careful what you wish for. We may be successful in our proposal and we'll be here till the end of June. Who knows?
Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiment of thanks, and especially to all of the people who step up to serve in this role. It is not, people are still surprised all the time when they talk to me that, this is a non-paid position. So just to be clear, nobody here gets paid. And so I always say, 10,000 times 0 is still 0. So thank you to all of my colleagues for your service to the university. And as Regent Kenyanya mentioned, my journey here was a bittersweet one, and so I'm extremely grateful to have been called to serve an institution that I care about, but really a state that has become my home. And I know that Excuse me. I know that you all will continue to do good work, and this is a really difficult time for a lot of people, and I hope that this institution continues to protect the good work, but also the communities who need our protection right now. As I've shared with some of you, my own very personal story, and it matters how we do the work that we do here at the institution. So I know that this is an incredibly thoughtful group, and I'm grateful to have learned alongside you. I have never been a part of a public board, so I learned a tremendous amount, and I also want to thank the board office. We have an incredible team here who put in a lot of hours, and if it weren't for them, I think I might have been said, I think I accepted without thinking about this very much. So thank you so much for the work that you put in to support this board. And thank you to all of the faculty, staff, and students who understand the purpose of this role and show up to make sure that we do better for the university and for Minnesotans. So
Thank you. Well, as part of this august group class as well, I'm just not prepared to say goodbye, so I'm just not saying goodbye yet, period. But I echo all of their remarks. I remember Regent Beeson saying that this position as regent is the best nonprofit position he's ever participated in as a board member, and I couldn't agree more in terms of contribution. And anyway, I'm still not, I just can't say goodbye. So there. All right. All right.
she won't.
That's right. Yeah. With that, any other further comments? That concludes today's meeting. Thank you very much.